And good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Thank you all for joining me today. Welcome all into the Dragon's Den. I am Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and this is a 3D printing channel where we do 3D prints, we build printers, and we work on all kinds of cool projects. Recently on the stream, we've been building an Ivan Miranda mini tank. Let me go ahead and pull that up right here, and I'll give you a look-see of this. This is an Ivan Miranda mini tank. It is a tracked RC vehicle. Everything on here is 3D printed except for the axles, the bearings, and of course the motors that will be used to run this. The entire chassis, the links, and everything are 3D printed. So we build things like this. We've built death racers. We've built dragsters as part of the, and we'll find that later, as part of the Rep Rap festivals. I was going to say Murph, but it's really not Murph, Earth, or Rocky Mountain. It's all the Rep Rap festivals. We do death racers, which once again are a track type vehicle. We do Top Fuel dragsters, which are 3D printed electric motor driven dragsters. We do 3D printer builds here. Most of the printers behind me have been built by me. Let's see, we have a Prusa Mark IV that was a pre-build from the factory, and of course the Ender 3 was, and the Prusa Mini were pretty much, they're semi-built. It's a few screws, maybe half hour, to doing things like our Voron 2.4, which took us close to a month of live streams to get done. Our Zero G Mercury 1 as well. So we're kind of a variety stream, but everything that's related to 3D printing and adjacent to 3D printing, like doing the RC vehicles and stuff like that. We also do resin printing. You may notice right here is a helmet. This is the second helmet to the one right here. One of these two helmets will be going to the East Coast Rep Rap Festival with me, and we'll be going home with somebody new. We also do, let me switch some screens here. We also do resin printing on the channel. We also have a couple of other, we do some resin printing on the channel, and I've got a couple of other helmets over here as well. But some of our resin prints, then I realized that I just got disconnected. So we'll try and give this a shot. We're back on. Yeah, I believe we're back. I'm not sure what that was or why I had like 3 successive drops. I think it's something going on with Twitch. Hey, Ian Douglas, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well today. I'm just trying to do a little bit of rundown on the channel and what we do here. So were you on the last stream, Ian? Not sure if you were on the stream on Saturday. So we were working on an Ivan Miranda mini tank. So the only thing I did was tightened up these bolts right back here, which provides tension on the tracks, and that keeps them from having so much slop. but we're still looking. We're waiting on some electronic stuff to come in. Me and Evil Diesel, so that we can get the electronics done. But I mean, it's pretty simple. Two small motors on the side here. These are quadcopter motors, 2212, I think 920s, that go to a printed, I believe this is an 80 tooth GT2 pulley. Actually, that's probably bigger than an 80 tooth, but anyhow, it's a printed pulley. You'll notice one's blue and one's red. We snapped one at the beginning of the stream, so I had to print a new one out, and we got it done and inserted before the end of the stream. But yeah, we've got to get our ESCs and the rest of the radio stuff configured, but we should get this moving hopefully within the week. And then my buddy Free Heathen, he keeps talking about we need to get a turret for this. Well, he's got a couple of turrets on some of his other vehicles, and I'm not sure if it matches completely aesthetically, but I did find one of his turrets that might be able to make an appearance on here. I'll talk to him about it. Either this or maybe something that's a little slightly modified off of this design. See if he's okay with me adding that as a turret on here, because I think that would look pretty cool. So yeah, that's been one of the things we were working on. One of the other things that we've been talking about is the other projects coming up on the channel. I do have my Ender 3 belt printer conversion kit that has come in. I need to, I have got an Ender 3 donor inbound. The plan is to build the Rook, the Fabreeko Rook kit, and then do the belt printer kit. That gives the donor Ender printer time to get here so that we can actually get started on the belt printer conversion kit. So yeah, we're going to start doing some pretty cool things. So how are you doing this evening, Ian? What have you got going on? Hopefully your week's been going better than my week has been so far. Good, good. Yeah, we started off the week with a yeah, work is changing things up a bit. Exactly. So we started off the week with portfolio realignment. I'll let you read into that. Or what do they call it? A workforce transformation, something or other. So yeah, that's it's made this first part of the week a little bit of fun. But yeah, I figure I'm going to give another couple of minutes to see if some people start showing up. So I did start streaming, and then yeah, exactly. Stupid buzzwords. It basically means some people are looking for jobs now. I don't know what the total number is because they're being very, very quiet and cagey about this one, so I don't know. But yeah, fun stuff. Stupid buzzwords. Hey, Nick, how's it going? Yeah, I wasn't impacted. You know, nobody on my team, my direct team, was impacted. Because that's the dread of every manager, is having to announce to people on your team that thank you for all your good quality hard work, type of thing. Those discussions always suck. Luckily, I haven't had to do those under anything other than we knew the performance was bad. We've been having conversations about the performance being bad, and this is just a logical conclusion of this is not the best place for you at this time in your career. But Ian, it does come to, kind of lines up with my saying is you are the curator of your career, right? It is incumbent upon you to care about your career. And because of that, I suggest touching your resume at least twice a week, or twice a week, twice a year, if not more. So, yep, gotcha. Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on it. I'm seeing a good deal of drop stream or drop packets, and I don't know why, because I've got no weather in the area, or at least I'm pretty sure there's no weather. Yeah, it's hot, sunny, and um the apparently the air quality index completely sucks. It's, hey Robin, how are you doing? Apparently it's 124, which is unhealthy for sensitive groups, which is one of the reasons why I stayed inside all day. But yeah, I don't know why it's my network's bouncing up and down. Exactly. And my thing is at least twice a year you need to reach out, touch it, update it, and make sure you know what's in it. Um, but yeah, at this point, and with everything that's been going on, I'm probably going to adjust that to, yeah, at least 4 times a year, once a quarter, you need to go and update it because, I mean, yeah, we do stuff every week, but we don't really deliver big things every week type of thing. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Is anytime there's something substantial, yeah, definitely get it updated. Um, so yeah. So I think some people are filtering in now. So we I don't want to delay too long here before we get started on the build because I'm getting excited. I want to jump into this build. I think the color scheme for this build is what's starting to drive me the more I look at it. So I put this together last night. So this gives you a good idea of the color scheme. So we've got the blue, and these are ABS. So this is blue ABS and lime green ABS from Polymaker. So, and these pieces are, this isn't a dual color print. This was printed separately. And then these pieces just really press fit in. Like if you really wanted to, you can come along the back seam and put a little bit of super glue and then spray some some quick set. But I mean, it's pretty well in there. It's pretty tight fit. So I kind of really like that color scheme. So yeah, so this is the Rook kit from Fabreeko. So we've got, all kinds of bits and bobs. We went over that a little bit on the other stream. We'll kind of get into that as we go through it. Primarily, there's just a handful of boxes. Let me go ahead and drop this down just a little bit more. So we've got the one box that has the primary bag of bits and gubbins that we'll be getting into. The Z end stop, your pulleys for your AB and Z axis, your LM8 UU bearings, so your longer LMU bearings, your F695, so your 695 flange bearings, your bed springs, and your belt. Then, for whatever reason, we've got another box. It just says Rook Fixed Screws Kit. And there's a bunch more screws. So I don't know if this are just extras or different sets based on the Fabreeko files versus the standard Rook kit. Because there's two ways you can do this. You can build this using the standard Rook files that you can download off printables.com, or you can build this using the printed files and the instructions off of Fabreeko's website, which is what I'm going to do. My first Rook that I had at Murph was built off of the Rolohaun, what turned into Rolohaun Mark 1 files. I actually built it before it went live. And then, so I want to do this build as the Fabreeko kit. And then we also received the 2020, it's a beta 2020 frame kit for a Rook. So we'll be building that. That's just recently hit their website. And we'll build that frame, and I'll do another self-source build of another Rook. So I'll wind up having 3 Rooks, and by August I'll have a 4th Rook from another kit manufacturer. We also have got our fans. These are HoneyBadger fans, 3010 fans, 3010 blowers, I think, or no, these are the 4010 blowers and a 3010. Yeah, 3010 for the front. So yeah, we've got our fans, we've got our motor wires. I'm not sure if these have been cut down or if they're at the standard length, and we'll have to tidy them up afterwards. We've got the pancake motor, and all of these motors, they're HoneyBadger motors, I believe, that have been branded with Rolohaun 3D. So they're all HoneyBadger motors. And then we've got a CHC style hot end that's got the Rook logo on it as well. And then in here is the standard LDO polyamide heater bed that they came out with when they had the the Voron V0 S1 kits, and they included them in the Voron 2. Or V0 2. Kits as well. So, but this will be used in a BMG, or not BMG, but a Sherpa Mini extruder for this kit. Oh, so you cut and then tap the extrusions for blind joints? Okay. So the kit that I got, here, we'll grab that kit and open it up real fast. Show it off. The kit itself is pretty simple. It's 12, I believe they're 200 millimeter 2020 extrusions. And then we've got these are the 3-way corner joints. That are connected using set screws. So we've got these. And then we've also got a bunch of, looks like 35 pieces of M5 by 8 button head cap screws and T-nuts, or hammerhead nut. So, I mean, it's a pretty simple kit. It's not like there's a huge amount to the 2020 kit. But I do have one of the beta kits here, and I will build one of these afterwards, after I build this one. Just because I wanted to be able to show them all off. But like I said, we will be doing this to the Rook build. Oh yeah, definitely Kit Skyfire. I think West 3D has them, KB 3D, so KB 3D has them. And in fact, I forgot, I owe you guys some affiliate links because I am part of an affiliate program for KB3D now. So if you use my affiliate link and order stuff through KB3D, one, you're getting a really good quality product. And then two, it helps out the channel. I get a little bit something back. But we're going to go ahead and get started on the build here. So on Fabreeko's GitHub site, so just do a Google search for Fabreeko space GitHub, and you'll get the site. In fact, let me go back to here. I'll just grab this, paste it over here in the messages. So this is the Fabreeko's GitHub site, and there's the nice thing about this is the top plate. The top plate pretty much mirrors the standard Rook top plate, except for it's got an integrated mount point for the Sherpa Mini. And I really, 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 really like the Sherpa Mini and the Orbiter extruders, to the point where I'm running a lot of Sherpa Minis on just about everything. So this, I think, is like, if you grab anything, go grab this for your build. Unless, of course, you're doing the 2020 build, because it would have to be a different set. But what we're going to do is we're going to start off doing heat sets. So we'll go into the instruction page here. And it says to start with the heat sets. And it pretty much goes through and shows you everywhere where those heat sets go and kind of in the orientation. So you're going to start off with your motor mount portion facing up, which in reality is the underside of the part. And that's where we're going to go in and start putting our heat set inserts in. And somewhere in our bag of goodies, we're going to have heat set inserts. And I'm going to have to set these things out and muddle through it a little bit. I'm not going to be as organized on this build because I wanted to work with what they sent, which was everything in baggies. So we'll just kind of dig things out, set them down. But we'll be able to dig through them a little bit easier when the time comes to use them. So there's 25 heat set inserts. These are M345s. These are M3 by 6 by 5, so those are longer ones. And these are more M345s. So I don't know if I just got an extra bag of some of them, or if it's kind of going to align with different parts of the build. So we'll have to work our way through that as we get into it. See, I kind of got everything laid out here on the table. Hey, Chewy, thank you for resubscribing for 6 months. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, those corner joints, I don't know how well they're going to work. I've seen them used other places, and it's nice because it does free up your corners, though I really like the blind joint connection method. I don't know which is easier in the long run if you're dealing with like doing mods and maintenance down the road. Correct. Those beds are available from LDO resellers. So once again, West 3D, Fabreeko, KB3D. I'm not sure if Tensor 3D has them. But yeah, I'll say the big three, West 3D, KB3D, and Fabreeko definitely have them. So let me see real fast if it tells me which size heat set insert specifically to use. And I will say it does not. However, with the number that I'm seeing here, I've got 2 small packs of 7 of the M3 by 4 by 5s. And then all the rest, there's a package of 25 here that are the M3 by 6 by 5s, so the little bit longer ones. And this one base part itself has this one alone has 20. And then this one has a lot as well. Now's the time where I'm going to go ahead and dig through this other little box, and that's where I would be looking for would be another package of heat set inserts. Here's 44 of the M345. So these are probably going to be the ones that I'm going to want. So we'll get started with these. I'm just going to dump them out here because I'm pretty much going to use them all. And we're going to start setting some heat set inserts. So how are you doing this evening, Chewy? Hope you're doing good, my friend. I was talking with Ian when we first got on stream here. It's been a fun week so far with some, just some drama at work. The good old points of being a manager. Yeah, and I don't necessarily see. I don't know why we'd have the M3 by 6s, but I'm just going to go ahead and line up a couple of these so that I can press them in succession. Pair of tweezers, which serves as my flat spot to make sure I'm getting everything nice and flush to the top. And we're going into PLA, so it shouldn't take much. It's not like we're going into ABS, so it's not going to take very long for these to go in. There's just a bit so I can still see full chat. Okay, so also found out your annual review is 3 months later, becoming 1.6 year after starting at the company, and probably only a 2% raise. Exactly. Oh, yeah. Hey, Britt, how are you doing this evening? Welcome in. We are starting on the Fabreeko Rook Mk build. We are going to use the Fabreeko printed parts on this build because I did build a I'll say a standard Rook Mark 1 on stream a few months back. Okay. Hope everybody's still with me. I just saw that the stream just bounced again. I do not know what is going on, if it's an ISP issue or something with power, because I did just look outside, and um, the heat index here is off the charts. It's like 98 degrees and 60% humidity. And combine that with bad air quality because the stuff from the fires is starting to reach down here again. So the first step that we're doing here is just some basic prep and going through and doing our heat set inserts. And there's a bunch of them on this bottom deck. And so these are the parts where our feet and skirts will be attached, that I'm putting in right now, that goes around the edge. But yeah, it's that time of year. The fiscal year for my company is ending on, I want to say, the 28th. So it's pretty much like, what, next week? No. God, yeah, like 10 days. So yeah, next week. And so we just got we had a few people that got walking papers yesterday, and that started a whole bunch of scuttlebutt as far as, how many people are impacted, this, that, and everything else. And so I've been having to quell the fears of my team and stuff like that, which is always fun. So I got the outer perimeter. We've got these four right here, which will be used to hold our SKR board that came as part of the kit. And then we'll have two here, and this will be for, what is it? I think this might be for the ZN stop. We shall see. So I'll go ahead and get these lined up here and then installed. Oh, yeah. The Pacific Northwest, you guys get your share of feathery weather as well from fires. So how are you doing out there, Ian? You guys don't have any ongoing fires, do you? So I know that was one of the defining factors why we wound up leaving Colorado, is because my breathing was getting so bad and the fires every year were not helping. Once again, what you see me doing is um I'm getting these started and getting them close, and then I'm using my iron to make sure that they are, or not the iron, but the tweezers, to make sure that they're flush with the tops of the printed part. Okay. This one might be a little more fun to get in there. Hey, Liz, how's it going? Oh, so you've still been hot, but you're not getting you don't have all the fires. Well, that's good at least. That's like I said, we're getting air quality um, issues today. Okay, so all of them done for this part. We got that and the two here on the side. Then next up, okay, a couple years ago we had a long stretch of PMI 2.5 over 500, 301 to 500 is hazardous. I'm assuming that that's like the particle amounts in the air. Glad that it rained to help cool it down. Yeah, it's hot today and hazy, but we are supposed to get some rain here ourselves. I think tomorrow. Yeah, the small particles. Yeah. Okay, and then on your bed, you'll have the side which has the wells in it. This is going to be on the opposite side. You're going to have the two holes here. We're going to put a couple of heat sets in there. That's the only two that need to be done on the bed. And then we get into the top. And this will get interesting because we do have some that'll go in on the sides here, which may be a little bit more difficult to get to. But we're going to start by doing all the ones across the top, which will be for the rails. So we'll just get these lined up. We can do them all sequentially. So Pez, when are you going to do a Rook build? Or I should say, when are you going to start doing the Cocoa Press build? Or have you started already? Easier to talk Yankee. Okay, cool. And are you doing it? Are you able to live stream that, or are you not able to live stream that because it's still a beta kit? No stream, but you can talk about it a bit. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm sure Ellie, is there to give you some help when you're assembling it. Or like I said, if you just had random questions about, out of context about how to install X, Y, or Z, I'm sure there's plenty of people that can get on a call and talk to you about a specific operation. In hypotheticals, of course. Yeah, so it's just a simple, I'm just using the back of my tweezers because it's a flat surface, and I'm just using it. Normally, I would press it up against the front of my um, uh, bench here because this is all metal. But the problem with doing that on something like this is it's time consuming because you can't line them up and do them one after another. So these two will go here, and these will be to mount the Sherpa Mini extruder. And yep, they're showing coming in from this side. Okay, two in the front. Should be two in the front. It should be two over here on the inside, two in the back. Definitely the that would be why. Two back here, yes. Two on this side, yes. Okay, there we go. Helps to have it the part oriented. And this is going to be hard to get into these because they're right there in the corner. So you have to kind of be careful that you don't burn the side. And that might be the one spot where you can't really press it all that flush. And then the other two are here. There should be ones, yeah, on each side as well. So here, here, here. And there's two on the inside edge that I'm not seeing shown. It's from the side. And this is where I'm going to go ahead into one of these others. So there was a bag of M3 by 6 by 5. So that's a longer, deeper length one, but it doesn't call out like where to use those instead of the standard 3-4-5. So what I'll do is I'll just keep using the 3-4-5s. And if I need to later on, I'll supplement with my own because I've got plenty. And since you guys are hanging out with me kind of early on a stream, because this stream normally starts picking up a little bit later, I do have a new package arriving tomorrow. That will be, yep, you guessed it, another build. Yeah, so it looks like there's 2 more here. We'll hold off for the time being, but we may need to add some here in the front. It doesn't seem to call for it in this diagram right here. So we got the 2 in the corner, we've got the 2 in the front, and I can see right here there's 1 in the side. And then we'll need to put some in our carriage parts. So this will be the mount for our hot end. This, of course, will be our cooling fan shroud. Let you guess. Do you really need to guess what this is? And yes, Zombie, this is a Rook kit from Fabreeko. All right, we're going to come down on the top of these 2 little wings. You want to be a little gentle when you press on there because there's not a whole heck of a lot of plastic in those wings. And Zombie, did you do the Fabreeko Rook kit or was it the West 3D? Did I do a Hydra with the new frame yet? Okay, which new frame are you talking about, Zombie? Have to drill out your holes. Okay, you have an Alpha West 3D build, and you have the okay. So on your Fabreeko build series, got a question for you. It came with a package of M3 by 6 by 5 heat set inserts. Any idea what those are for? Because all the heat set inserts I've ever used were always the 345 on all the Rook builds I did. So on this one, 2 come from the back side, the bottom one comes from the other side. And that's just because of the way things are going to mount to the part. Yeah, they were in the old parts kit, and I was just kind of like, huh. Yeah, because the manual doesn't even specify the size. It just says insert the heat set. So I'm just kind of like working my way along. No biggie. So one went from that side. These 2 are going to go from this side. So my package that's arriving tomorrow is an LDO Voron 2.4 Rev C kit. So we'll have another Voron build. and I need to confirm the color of the frame that they sent, because if it's the color I wanted, then I've got my color scheme for that printer already decided. I just need to make sure that I didn't get a switch up. Some of these you will get some extra plastic, so you will need to like run a screw through it to kind of get the plastic out. You're going to have to go real slow. So, whoops. So yes, I have a 2.4. What I don't have is an LDO 2.4 kit. So kind of self-sourced primarily from Tensor 3D. The Trident, which is sitting right down here on the floor, is an amalgamation self-source. So this is going to be an actual LDO 2.4 kit that I'm going to build. Exactly. They should all be the 345. So yeah, so I've got a self-sourced Rook that I built prior to, I think, everything coming out on, well, everything being the Mark 1. And then I've got the Fabreeko kit. I also got a 2020 frame kit that came with this kit, but I decided I'm going to build a Fabreeko kit and then self-source the rest and build a 2020 Rook. So I'll have a self-source Mark 1, a Fabreeko Mark 1, and a Rook 2020. And I may have another Rook kit in August that may wind up being a bit of a preview kit from a new party, not West 3D. So yeah, we got lots of builds. So the plan is to do the Rook kit that we're building today. Then we'll do the Ender Belt conversion. Then we'll do the Rook 2020. And then probably the Voron 2.4, or maybe we'll do the Voron 2.4 and hold off on the Rook 2020. Haven't quite decided yet. Or who knows, maybe I take the Rook 2020 to Earth and build it at the show. Yeah, you never know. Well, know me. You need to get some sleep. You need to get some rest. You need to heal up. Okay, and now we're going to start actually assembling some parts. So we're going to turn this off, and then we'll move it to the side so I don't absentmindedly burn myself. Not that I have a problem with doing that much. And we'll start with our 4 feet. It's not going to really matter in which order. We're just going to use, where are we at here? M5 by 16 socket head screws and an M5 nut. So our M5 by 16 socket head screws. We have 4 of those. M5 nuts. Like I said, we'll be digging around because I didn't want to create a new, I didn't want to dump all this stuff into my screws just yet, and I didn't want to go through and like kind of create a like one of the standard plastic bend kits out of this, because this is how you guys would be doing it most likely, or how some people, like I know Zombie would have like 15 of these trays out here, but it's all good. So you just take it, go through the foot, which is going to be a tight fit apparently. So we're just going to go through, and there's a spot, there's a little divot where you put the hex nut into. Should just slide in there. You can get it lined up appropriately. Seriously. Barring anything else, just put it on top and it will swish its way down once you start putting your foot in. Just like that. It doesn't need to be super tight. You're not trying to bend the washer underneath the foot. You just want to secure the foot in there. So 1 down, 3 to go. You're going to do the tiny trident. Which one is that? Because the micron is the 2.4. What is that? The salad fork? Yeah, you want to use like a sawzall to get the roots if you don't have like a purpose-built thing. Because if you try and do a chainsaw on roots in the dirt, you will dull your blade real quick. Once again, you just start by pressing the bolt in there and then tighten your screw up and it'll bring the bolt the rest of the way down. We're just looking for it to get tight. No real ugga-duggas. Yeah, so you have the salad fork. What is it? The Tri-Zero? I know there was a couple of different ones out there. And remember, if you twist too hard and you hear a crack, you've gone too far. Back out, reprint. A 2020 Trident 150 millimeter bed. It's kind of a weird bed size. What else uses that bed size? Tiny T? Okay. Okay, so we've got 4 feet. And we're going to take our base piece here with the motor side up, like this. We're going to take the one with the smaller cutout in it, and that's going to go over here on the side, and we're going to use M3 by 10s. Huh. Okay. Grab a bunch of those out for now. Grab my 2.5mm driver and screwing these in. Now, before I tighten one side all the way down, I'm going to go ahead and get the other one started. That way there's no issue with any of the printed parts. Get your alignment set up. You're going into a heat set into a printed part, so where that kind of gapped a little bit. So there we go. You're going to get your other big piece where your electrical will come into and put it on the other side. Here, because there's one on one side. The other side has two, but it only shows one on the instructions. So that's interesting. You're going to run super power 48 volts on a tiny T. Okay. I mean, that sounds like overkill and the desire to go fast. But okay. And is this a fully enclosed printer or is this an open air PLA type printer? Just for fun. Okay. Okay, so there's our base. Now we're going to stand it up and we're going to put our rods in. Now before I put my rods in, we're using 8mm rods, so I do want to, I'm going to clean my holes with an 8mm not burring tool, reamer to make sure that there are true and correct 8mm. Because the last thing I want to do is go through and break this part trying to get rods in there. And the nice thing about a reamer is it's not going to dig into the plastic at the bottom. So when you hit bottom, it'll just bottom out. And you won't dig any deeper. If you were using a drill, you would actually drill into the part. While we have this out, we're going to go ahead and do it for the top piece and that bottom deck panel. Just make sure you're straight and aligned. And once again, let's make sure that your holes are the proper diameter, which in this case is 8mm, as well as it ensures that the hole's perfectly round as well. Hey Pete, how are you doing tonight? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. So for those of you that are joining in, tonight we are building the Rolohaun Rook Mk using a Fabreeko kit. And so what we just did was we've got all of our heat set inserts in. We just installed our 4 feet. And I just went ahead and used a reamer to ream out the holes to make sure that they're a true 8mm before I grab the rods and start trying to install them, so we don't break any parts, because that would be a sad day. So it's slicing. Oh wow! So it's slicing your finger. So folks, I'm going to put you on the Be Right Back stream because I did just slice my finger very, very good. Let me go get a Band-Aid. So I will be back momentarily. Sorry about this. Oh, where's my Be Right Back stream? We'll go this way. I will be right back. Let me go get a Band-Aid. All right, I'm back. Well, getting there. Coming back upstairs. All right. Sorry about that, gang, but I did get a Band-Aid. Um, yeah, brand new blade, and at least it was a clean cut. At least it cut clean. Ooh, a Harry Potter chess set? That'd be cool. Yeah, Mod Light. Do me a favor. Direct message me on Discord and send me your address, and I will send you those. Like what is it? The M6 threaded stuff for your hot end. I'm just going to take these and give them a slight wipe down, just to make sure there's nothing on them. Yeah, the hot end. Yep. I need to print one of those days since last accident or something, last bloodletting. Yeah, exactly. It's tedious. Like the Trident was becoming a kind of a pain in the butt. All right, so we're making sure that all four are well pressed down in there. We've got relatively no shake, right? And then we're supposed to flip this over, and hopefully now the rods fall back out, right? And they're on the rods, and you're looking for no shake. Now, mind you, I know this is not level, right? So, no shake. I'm not building on quartz or granite here, so they're all the way down, they're seated. That's going to be about as good as I can do here. No, they're definitely down in there because I felt the bottom out, which is one of the reasons why I reamed the holes, is so I knew I would be able to get them down in there. They're tight, right? They're tight, but they're seated. Okay, so yeah, this is your first square level check on a known flat surface. Do the four corners, flip it over, and then once again you're trying to do the four corners and make sure that they're all the way in there. Nice snug fit. They're not, well, they are. That one did. But make sure that they go all the way down in there. Give them a little ugga-dugga. I don't have a NEMA hammer, but I mean, I could make one. I've got enough Creality motors over there I could use. So we've already, once again, this is a snug fit, right? The parts are pretty darn tight. You can push them out and in, but you're going to have to work for it a bit. You can, like I said, if you want, come in on the back side and just trace the edges or a couple of the edges with some super glue and maybe just do a spray accelerator. It's not needed. But the controller board piece is towards the front. The hole in the back here is towards the back. That's over the motor. So this is the back side of the printer. and you want the symbol, the rook symbol and the F to be readable from the front. So that's how this will go on there. And you just line it up on all 4 shafts and work it down, and it'll just sit at the bottom. Oh yeah, I'm good. So we've got that in there and installed. Now we're going to insert our bearings, the LM8 UUs, which are the long ones, which, what do I do with them? There they are. Now, these do not look like they were pre-greased. Fingers away. Yeah, they don't look pre-greased. But what I'm going to do, other than wipe down the outside edges here, is shoot some super glue or super lube in them. So you'll look in here and find your balls, the ball bearing tracks, and then you'll line up the grooves in your uh, end fitting here that you can print out. Now this is printed for standard bearings, not the long ones. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to squeeze from the bottom and apply pressure until I see grease come out the top end here, and then I'll just flip it around and do it the other way. And what this is going to do is it's going to force grease into the ball bearing tracks. And I'm not sure if you can see that, but as soon as you start seeing some grease coming out the top, you'll stop, pull it out, flip it around, make sure you get lined back up on the bearings. And we're going to do the same thing from the other side. We're just going to squeeze until we see some grease pop out. And then we're good. And that would be one packed bearing. We'll get a little bit that'll come off when we put it in there because there is a little bit of, I'll say, overage because we don't have we're not doing it all the way through in one shot. So there will be a little bit of extra right down the middle, but that will come out. And this just ensures that we've packed those bearings full of grease. And it's easier to do it now than later. And this is Superlube multi-purpose synthetic grease. And I believe the big thing that you're looking for here is the NLGI grade 2 rating is what you're looking for on this when you buy it. Yeah, Nero was live streaming doing his Mark IV kit build. He went live at 2. He may still be streaming. I don't know. He does very long streams. So we've packed our bearings. We're going to slide our bearings in the holes here, and they should hopefully be fairly tight. If not, there is a mod that you can do. I believe it's Canrog has a modded bed that actually has the ability to do a clamping at the back, so you can clamp down and get your tension on your bearings, because that's what's going to help them glide and contact the rods. And what you see me trying to do is center these bearings. There we go. And then get all the grease back off yourself. But you want these to be a tight fit, so try not to ream these holes out if you don't have to. And then you want these to be relatively centered side to side. Or I'm sorry, not side to side, but above and below, because that's what's going to give it the best support on the rod. I tried using standard LM8U bearings, which fit right in this channel, but there was a lot of floppiness in play. You really need the longer bearings to give it a better stability. Okay, and now we're going to lower the bed support onto those 8mm rods. And you need to make sure that the rods at the back side of your printer are the ones that you're putting it down on. So you want to make sure that you line it up, look over the top, make sure you get your rods lined up. And you want to be careful as you put this in so you don't shoot any bearings out and across the room. Just go slow. Make sure it tries that you're going straight up and down, that you're not getting it kicked off to one side or another. And just like that, our bed's on. It's going to be a little bit. I'm just going to work it in just a little bit. And take your rag and wipe off the excess grease that came out when we put it on the rods. That is all the excess grease that squished out when we put the rods through it for the first time. Shouldn't be any on the bottom, but there will be some on the top. There we go. We've got our base installed. I'm going to come back up here real fast. Okay, nope. Still doesn't show us installed there. So we still haven't installed our whatchamacallit, our end stop yet. So I'm going to set this out of the way for a brief moment, because we need to get into our other rails, and I'm just going to go in and open all 3 of them up at once, staying away from my fingers. We've already given 1 blood sacrifice. We don't need more. And the plan is we'll go ahead and work grease into all 3 of these rails. So that way we're already ready to go. And because the Rook is designed to be a low-cost entry printer, These are not like high-end honey badger rails. Or maybe they are. I didn't think they are, but maybe they are. These are the honey badger stainless steel rails. I stand corrected. They do seem like they were packed in a lot of like oil. Yes, these are honey badgers. So these should come actually pre lubricated. So maybe we don't need to do a lube stream. Exactly. They're these are real small. Exactly. They should be pre-packed in EP2. So I'm not going to worry about on these. That and they're sliding pretty good. Like I said, it just felt like they were very oily. So I'm just going to wipe the surface oil off. All right. So we're not going to worry about lubricating those. We're just going to go right into the install. Now we're going to use E-rails to the top with M3 by 20 socket head screws and leave the shuttle keepers. So that the shuttle keepers that they're referring to are these plastic pieces right here on the end. And I kind of like this design a little bit better. And the way these things will line up, they will actually cover up your end holes so that your rods will actually butt right up against the top of um, the rails themselves. Yep, no lube. Well, we lubed the LM8 you used. We just didn't lube these. And we need the M3 by 20s, 25s, M3 by 10s, 16s. They must be over here. 12, 4 by 12, 3 by 12, and 3 by 20s. There we go. Well, and like we said, the honey badgers are pretty well known that they all come pre-lubricated. So do the God, these are like going all the way through them. So do the KB3D ones, and I believe so do the Berserkers come pre-lubed already as well, don't they, Zombie? I don't have any direct experience with the Berserkers, but I believe they do. And I am not tightening these all the way down. I am, so you can see it's still floppy. I'm just getting them to where I can slide they can lube for a cost. Okay. like I said, these M3x20s, they're just not going into the heat sets. They're going pretty much all the way through the top rail or the top printed piece as well. So you're going to get a pretty good connection on this particular rail. Like, I don't know, it was weird to see M3x20s. Like, this is where a power screwdriver would come into handy. And once I get all these in most of the way, then we'll do the standard of tightening it down, from the middle out. And I'm only going to tighten down one side for now, and that will turn into my key for when we add the x-axis, and we'll use that to basically set the second rail parallel to the first. And I was going to tease him and say, just for Zombie, I'm going to make sure that the lettering on the rails are both going in the same direction. Because I know that's important for him, that the letters for the rails and the belts go in the same direction and are readable. And I tease you like that, Zombie, but looking back at all my builds, apparently I've been doing it subconsciously as well. So did the rails face inward or be parallel? Well, the rails should be parallel to each other. But as far as the text, yeah, they can either be read from the same direction, or they can be facing inward, they can be facing outward. I don't know. The one on the X you should be able to read though, left to right. Not that you should be reading it. Yeah, because you would be the only one that would know about the carriages, because they're going to be covered up with something and nobody's going to see the actual carriage. Oh, awesome, Mod Light. And that was all pre-cut, right? It was all pre-cut to size, so you just need to go through and start joining it all together. Yeah, I got a bunch more V slots, so I'm going to be building another 0G pro size, like the one I have right behind me that I took to Murph. Basically, what I did was I took the black V-slot frames that I had from both of my D-bot builds and cut that to size. And I was short some of the 2020 of the correct lengths, and I needed to order some for the four main uprights anyhow. So I ordered like a 10-pack of meter long rails. So I figure if I'm going to buy it, might as well get it. Well, I'll have it for other parts. Like I don't know. I keep thinking if I want to do an Ivan Miranda the desktop CNC. All right, so both those are loose. They're not completely tightened down. Place the top frame over the 8mm rods. Make sure it bottoms out on the rods. And we'll start installing the motor mount. Okay, so we'll bring our printer back over here. And once again, the back side of the printer, that's where your extruder is going to go. So you just line up your 4 holes. And tap everything down. Make sure it's down on all 4 corners, which it feels like it is. Then we're going to install the motor ends and the motors and the front idlers. Yeah. Well, once again, I reamed mine out with an 8mm reamer to make sure that they weren't too tight and I didn't crack apart. It's tight enough, but it's not like super duper tight that you got to pound it in. Okay, so we're going to start with our idlers. Okay, and the rook symbol, of course, is, you got to be able to see the rook symbol. So this will go on the left-hand side, and you need to take those little plastic clips off. Get the way excess oil off there. I was sitting underneath those. And yeah, I can see that the rods are bottomed out right there, which is good. They're right at the top. And I keep forgetting that when you put these in, they're going to basically align your rails for you. So the rook's facing up. This is going to be on this side. It's going to slide right over the rail. Same thing on this side. It's going to slide right over the rail. And then we need an M3 by 16 from the front and then an M3 by 10 on the sides. So got 2 different sets. M3 by 10s. They're M3 by 6s. 18s. Oh, there we go, M3 by 16s. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely do that, zombie. No big deal. No big deal. So once again, M3x16s from the front here. So it didn't feel like it was lining up. Hmm. This is sitting right down on top of the rail, but it's not lining up with the threaded insert. Did you by any chance have that problem where it's not lining up with the threaded insert? Hmm. So the 10s from the side look like they're going to line up, but the 16s don't look like they're lining up with the threaded inserts. I say that and I can't get the 10 to line up either. You haven't gotten that far yet? Okay. I want to say I had some fitment issues when I did the standard Rook as well, as far as the front pieces lining up appropriately. Okay. May have to see if there were different parts that there was an issue with the parts from when I did them and now, because I mean they're close, but they're like, I don't know, half a millimeter higher than the heat set inserts. Yeah, I wonder, were those supposed to be heat set inserts? Was I just supposed to be going into plastic? Now it looks like heat set inserts, right? Okay, so the issue is they are too low. Do a quick little adjust and see if I can get them just a shade closer. Oh, close. So what I'm trying to do is warm this up and kind of massage it in the direction I need it to go. Kind of a little bit of up and out. Let that pull off a little bit and we'll start working on the back. Same type of thing. We'll take our little clips off the back, wipe down any of the excess oil that was on there from shipping. Yeah, I kind of like this color scheme. Sorry for the desk scroll, just trying to get back to where we were at. And the motors only go on one direct, or the motor mounts only go on one direction. I think I know what the problem was. I know what the problem is. This piece is upside down, so it's supposed to go through the printed part in. Okay, and I think you mentioned that, didn't you, Zombie? That's my issue, is not following the directions appropriately. So we're going to have to take these rails off. And I'll show you what I mean in just a second. Okay, Zombie. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. I'm just going to work the top back off the rails or the rods. There we go. Once again, the issue we're facing is my issue. So let me get one side of these undone. And my thought was, why were we running a long screw if our heat set inserts are right here? Well, it's because if I look at the thing, do you see heat sets right here? No, we don't. That's because we want to be installing the rails at the top here, going through the plastic part and ending in the heat set inserts. So that was my issue. Now I've got to be careful with these rails because I did take the carriage stops off the ends. We're going to take these out and flip this and get it back started again. No big deal. But I think we've got quite a few people here. What's everybody working on this evening? Anybody working on anything fun this evening, or are you just trying to relax and not think about too much? I know we're working on a lot of projects here in the Dragon's Den between printer builds, and I printed out the first parts for an armor set that I want to try and get done prior to, well, for Halloween at the very least. So I'm just going to take this, flip it over, we'll line it back up, and we'll start getting a couple of screws back in here. Relaxing before work. Oh, you're night shift guy, huh? Well, I say night shift. I don't know. You might not be US, so. Getting cleaned up and organized. You know, I started doing that. I still got a ways to go. But I started clearing out the shelf over here, or the shelves. So show you a bit of my mess over here in the corner, but we are working on it. I cleared out 3 shelves. I've got the Hall of Polymaker filament from the restock event. Kind of filling up a good portion of it right now, but we'll continue to work our way through that stash fairly quickly. Resco shenanigans. Okay, so are a later shift, huh? That kind of stinks. Yeah, I did my fair share of shift work over the years in the military. Kind of nice being in a position where I'm not on call and I don't have to work shifts anymore. And I'm leaving a little bit of play in these until I get the ends installed. Because they'll, like I said, they'll help align things. So let's try this again. It helps if you can get them lined up and they go in at the same time because you're not getting the gantry racked. Requires you to do things like that. But you should see those rods right at the top on all 4 corners, which we are now. Oh, okay. Be back by 3 a.m. Well, that's good. So now that we've reinstalled our rails, we made sure that they're bottomed out. Let's go ahead and try and get our front idlers installed and see how badly we knocked them out of alignment now when I was trying to move them slightly. Yeah, that one lined up. We did the M3x10 through the side here. And feel like that one lined up. It did. The other idler with, once again, an M3x16 through the front. No, these things actually go in when you put the top frame on the right direction. Everything lines up nicely. And yes, this is the, yeah, I believe it's $2.99 kit. Here, let me go check it out. Check it out real fast. Fabreeko.com. And we'll do a search for the Rook. You'll see there's the Rook Mark 1 and you'll see this undefined for $32.99. I believe this is the 2020 kit. Yeah, it's the Beta Rook 2020 frame add-on. So it's listed in there, but they don't have them fully in stock yet. They are beta right now, so we are working through them. But the Rook kit is $2.99. And let's just roll through here real fast. HoneyBadger motors, stripper mini extruder, PTFE tubing. And HoneyBadger rails, P-Series fans. So what you need to source for this kit would be your printing surface, any wiring crimping tools that you would need that aren't already supplied, your printed parts, of course, and anything else not listed above. And we'll figure that out when we come across it. But yeah, it's $2.99 kit from Fabreeko. And West 3D has kits as well, I believe. I'm not sure if they've got them for sale just yet. Let's check that real fast. And yes, they've got a kit out here as well. It looks like it starts at $259.99. SKR Mini, the Raspberry Pi is not included. Does have a CHCV6 hot end, BMG clone versus the Mini After Sherpa. You can add an orbiter for a $40 upcharge. Does you use LDO motors? You can upgrade to their beast mode with the super speedies. You can add different bearings. So they more of, rather than a dedicated kit, they've got kind of a starting price, and then you can add on for their version. What are those colors for, Kit Skyfire? Oh, you got a frame for a Tri-Zero Box Zero conversion. Okay. Super early LDO frames, V00. You can have consistent coloring in the anodizing. Gotcha. I tell you what, the KVP graphite, I love that color. I don't know what it is about it, but I got that one time and I used it, and I was, that was it. I kind of fell in love with it. Okay, so for the motor mount, we need M3 by 8 and M3 by 18s. Okay, so M3 by 18s, 20s, 18s, 25s, 20s, by 12, and 3 by 12, and 3 by 12. Oh, there's the 3 by 18s. You know, these are good little printers, and I got all kinds of interest in these printers at Murph. Everybody really, really liked them. Well, I had this and the Prusa Mini, but you know, that's the nice thing about having like a Prusa Mini and a Rook is you have the ability to show off a bed slinger Cartesian and a Core XY anywhere you go, right? So the M3 by 8s will be the ones that come in from the sides, and the M3 by 18s will be the ones that come in from the front and go all the way through. And they'll only fit on one way because you're keyed on the rail. So we're going to slide in off the rail. And the M3 by 18 is, once again, it's going all the way through the top upright into the heat set insert that we put in the back or on the inside edge. It was the one that was in the inside edge up against the curb. So that went in, and then the M3 by 8 goes in on the side, and it's going directly into plastic. So, you know, don't crank down on it. There's no need to. You're just trying to get it to connect and seat in. You know, for whatever reason, that's not wanting to thread in. I think it's lining up. I just think it's hard to get it to start the thread, so to speak. So let me get that on there, this in there. Doesn't feel like it's engaging. And quite honestly, M3 by 8s aren't going to get it through into the side. It's just going to get it through the printed part. The motor mount itself, it's not going to go on the side. So I'm going to actually swap those out instead of M3 by, oh, well, that might be too because I'm using M3 by 6s and not M3 by 8. Where's the 8s? Let me verify that these are the 6s. Yep. So another spot where we'll just chalk it up to Luke's waning eyesight. M3 by 6s. Let's go with M3 by 8. So let's try with some screws that might actually make it through the motor mount and into the plastic. And yep, that worked. And once again, you're going to go into plastic, so don't try and ugga-dugga it down, because you're only really going in about 2 millimeters into the plastic. Kind of feel for that tension. Okay, and now that these two ends basically are captured with the printed parts, I'm going to go ahead and start at the center. I'm going to do the left rail, start in the center, and screw it down and work my way out. And I'm going to wait to do the right rail until I get the gantry in there, because the gantry is what's going to help me the gantry is what will help me align that other rail. Yeah, the Sparkle Dark Gray is really nice. I used that one on the 0G build behind me. I've got Pop Blue and Pop Pink. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to use those for like the other Rook or not, or possibly for the Voron, though I believe the Voron, if I got the frame that I asked for, it's going to be a nice build. I'll put it that way. It's a color scheme that I think you guys are going to like once I get there, but I'm going to have to start printing the parts once I verify the frame. All right, now we're going to add the X-rail in, and we're going to attach the layer rail using M3x12s and with a washer and an M3 nut on each. So in this case, we're installing it. I'll say it feels a little weird the way we're installing this, because we're not using a like a heat set insert or anything like that. We're going to be going straight through the plastic and then using washers and nuts to hold things in place. So we're using M3x12s. M3 washers. And M3 nuts. Shenanigans, you can use ASA or ABS interchangeably. I've used both on the same printer. either way, your ABS and ASA are still going to be um, your high temp uh, filaments. The um, the real reason to use ASA over ABS is its UV resistance, but that would be more for things that are going to be outdoors or things that are going to be in a UV environment. I've heard people say that ASA stinks less, but it all depends on what filament and brand you're getting. The worst smelling filament I have ever smelled in my life is Jesse, uh, printed solid Jesse neon pink. And it's just something with getting the neon and the pink coloring in there that there's so many additives, it just reeks. And I mean, it reeks bad. You're using a Cyborg V01 kit as a convertee. Has a black frame, but it has some powder coated copper. Oh, nice. So the Trident build that I just did was Sparta 3D, Sparkle Fluorescent Red, and Sparkle Old Copper. And that build, I think the color scheme came out really nice on. Everybody kept saying it was an Iron Man scheme, so we named it Iron Dragon. Okay, now we gotta pop the ends off this one. Why can't you get the blue ASA mod light? Are they just out of stock currently? And is that a standard blue ASA or like Galaxy blue ASA? Yeah, that neon pink. And he said, he even admitted, he goes, this stuff stinks. And it's just all the colorants and stuff that had to be used in order to get the pink and the neon in it. Okay. Really picked a bad time to cut my fingernails because trying to pick up washers off the table. Okay, I need my um, pliers so I can just hold on as I tighten these up. Once again, we're going to start from the center and work our way outwards. Okay. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha, Mod Light. Yeah, is the ASA the oh, it's the Galaxy Blue that's the ASA, right? And then the regular blue is ABS? Or do they have regular blue in ASA as well? I can never remember. Okay, so the rail's in there. We didn't drop the ends off. We're going to attach the x-axis using three M3 by 6 on each side. So that's where I need my little M3 by 6s. Right, so we got those. Bring this over here. And these are kind of I'll say a pain in the tuchus to get lined up in there. So, if you want, just drop one in. I had a feeling that was going to be like that. So let me grab my ball end driver. Put that through there and get one started. I'm going to tighten it down all the way because I'm going to need to get the others aligned. Make sure that these all get started. Yeah, so it's just a matter of kind of dropping the screws in and coming down from the top and tighten them up. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not tightening them all the way just yet, just because I want to make sure I can get them all 6 started. Then once I have all 6 started, I can work on tightening them up. I'm just going to work, standard crossing pattern and tighten these up. And once again, this left rail we had locked in before. Everything is moving pretty smoothly. So now we're going to use the rail, the left rail and the gantry to key this one in. You just want to make sure for the most part that your rail is right there when you're doing each screw in. And then just keep trying it or sliding it, making sure that everything is staying centered and you're not getting any binding as you tighten these down. Everything seems to be good there. See, now we're going to go ahead and we're going to attach the motors and the motor pulleys. So it starts with attaching the motors and then attach the pulleys afterwards. And we want the wires to go towards the center. So when you mount your motors, your wire connection needs to be pointed towards the inside. And we're going to use the M3 by 10 screws for these. And 3 by 25s and 4s, 3 by 10. And when you install the motor, you want it moved all the way to the front of the printer because we're going to be using the motors to actually tension the belts later on. So just make sure you get all your 4 screws and it's pushed as far forward as possible. And once again, our connectors are towards the inside when we're installing the motors. And I'm surprised that it talks about using socket head cap screws and not using washers underneath them when you're doing the motor mounts. Because just about every time I do a motor mount into plastic like this, it tells me to put a washer underneath the head of the screw. Okay, so we did that. We also need our pulleys, or 2 of the 3. And the one on the left is going to be facing up. The one on the right is going to be facing down. And what I mean by that is the belt portion is going to be high on the left and low on the right. And because we're doing set screws, we are going to go ahead and get out our trusty whatchamacallit, Loctite. So do you need a particular color for your parts, Monolite, or just it just needs to be ASA? Again, on the left, the belt portion is facing up, so we find our flat, which is facing directly back. We will slide it down there, and like I said, right now we're just going to put the set screw on it. We don't need to crank down on it. We're just going to line it up with the edge of the shaft, and I'm just going to loosely tighten these up. Same thing on the other side. And this one goes facing down. So let's find our motor D shaft. We're going to have it facing the flat facing back again. And same type of thing. I'm just going to set it with the pulley flush with the top of the shaft for right now. We will set this later on when we go to run belts. I'm just lightly setting it in place, not trying to crank it down. Gotcha. Okay, now we're going to work bearing stacks. So the bearing stacks standard assembly, method. We grab my bearings out of here. What we got bearings. I need M5 washers, or excuse me, brass washers, aka shims. Get some of these ready. And then 3x10s and put them back up and get them out of the way. We got our bearings, we got our shims. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Yep, Rook, checkmate. Is KB3D going to have one of these kits? And what I'm going to look for is install 4 single bearing stacks in the x-axis using the M3x25 socket head cap screws. Always fun. what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this down on its back. And what that's going to allow me to do is try and build the bearing stack in place, because it's really all you can do right here is build it in place. Yeah, they're pretty well supported. You got the Fabreeko kits. You've got West 3Ds coming out with kits that are, we looked at, they're going to be highly customable. You know, they'll have a base price at basically $260, and then you can add on or change things. We need our they're M3 by 25s. Why does that not sound right? Why would I use an M3 on an M5 with a 5mm hole? So we're going to use M5 by 25s. So we're going to take one of these, start it in the hole. Oh yeah, you can pretty much source everything you need. Though they may have to cut a couple of rails for you, but that's okay. He's been known to do that for people. Okay, so I'm going to try and get this where you guys can see what I'm doing. Basically, I've got the screw started and just starting to go through. I'm going to put a shim, and this is where I'm going to need my tweezers. We're going to put a shim on, rotate our screw through a little bit, then a bearing with the flange against that shim. Rotate our screw a little bit more. A bearing with the flange facing towards the bottom of the printer. Okay, and then you're going to need another shim that'll go down there. And this is where it starts getting tight. But you need to do bearing or shim, bearing, bearing, shim. Depending on your printed part tolerances and stuff, it just may be a little tight getting in there. Yep. Yeah. Sorry to hear you're still dealing with some pain there, Monlight. We're going to see if I can get this shim in place without stabbing myself and drawing blood for the second time tonight. And I believe that just did it. So 2, 2.5. And I'm not going to tighten this all the way down just yet, because I need to be able to get this other side started. And if I tighten this down, then it's going to be hard to get this other side going. So once again, we're going to start our screw. And then we'll put a shim on. A flange bearing with the flange up against that shim. And we'll screw a little bit more of a turn. You want it just protruding out so you can get the next shim in and it'll sit in place. And then you'll get your next shim in. You can pick it up off the table. You'll stick your next shim in there. Be enough of a friction fit that it should kind of stay there once you get it started. And it should hopefully self-align once you start putting the screw back in. If not, it's like anything else, just fiddle with it. It'll get aligned, and once it's aligned, you'll be able to get your screw all the way through. Now, once you get both of them in there, then you just slowly work the screw down because you're printing it or you're screwing into plastic. You don't want to crank down real hard on it, and you're also coming down right on top of the carriage. So you don't want to put too much pressure on that because you could bind the races inside the carriage. You're just going to tighten it until you feel the resistance change. And you stop. Okay. Then we're going to come over and do the same ones on this other side here. Oh, wow, Mod Light. Yeah, so I've been there. I've had, what is it? C5, C6 replaced and C6, C7 fused in my neck. And I had that done when I was in Germany. So, and that was, goodness gracious, it's going to sound bad. I was I think I was 36 years old when I had that done. And I'm now 51. So it's been a minute, and I still have neck pains from that. I mean, it's just, if you sleep wrong or whatever, you're going to feel it. So I feel you. I get it. I get it. Because how I found out was I was sitting there in the office. I'd come into work early, and I reached down to grab my mouse. You know, just did this, just reached down and grabbed my mouse. And when I did, I lost all feeling in my arm. Scared the living crud out of me, dude. And, of course, called up the Army clinic, and they were like, under no circumstances are you to drive, but the next person in needs to bring you over here to the clinic. And I'm like, so if you think I'm having a heart attack, why would you ask me to wait, not just like call an ambulance or something? But so I get over there, and they wind up sending me over to launch stool, and lo and behold, I've got that blown vertebra in my neck. Once again, you just kind of got to fiddle with it to get the screw to go all the way in. It's hard to get that last um, whatchamacallit, shim lined up appropriately because you can't really tell what your distance is and stuff. But once you find it, you'll know it. And once again, when you get the first one in, which is closer to the back, don't screw it all the way down, because that'll give you the ability to flex this ever so slightly and get things lined up. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, dude, that anything dealing with the cervical or the spine, whether it's cervical, lumbar, or what have you, it's just rough. And it's weird the way things present too, because like you'll get pain in an area you wouldn't expect, and they go, "Oh, well, that's from your neck," and you're like, "Really? My fingers are tingling, and that's in my neck?" You would have thought that it's lower, but it's not. Oh, Chris, yeah, I've got a full cart ready to go. I just didn't mention it to you yet. I think what I'm going to do is just do a whole set of acrylic parts. That way they're all the same color, and I don't have to worry about, is it the same shade, different materials, or whatnot. I just think that would look better overall. I just need to hit go on that. Yeah, feels and looks like it's too low, but it may be there. Nice. It actually lined up for me. And once again, you just want to tighten these up until you feel them, I'll say, bottom out in the resistance changes. Okay, yeah, definitely we can chat about those. What am I thinking of? I need to uh uh help my neighbor. He has his truck in the shop and needs to ride down to pick it up. So once I get done helping him tomorrow, I'll reach out to you on Discord and we'll chat. I don't think, well, at this point, I don't have a lot of meetings, but well, everything went to shit this week at work because we started, we was it? We were doing a portfolio rebalancing, meaning people are having career broadening opportunities, which just put everybody on edge at work. So 3x8s, 10s, 12s, blah, blah, blah. I'm not impacted. It's just, as a manager, I get to try and calm everybody and their brother down. M5x30s. So we use the M5x30s at the front, and these should be a lot easier to build because we'll build them on our screws and then install them. And I'm going to leave it laying like this because that'll actually help than trying to flip it over and then screw it in. And these are double bearing stacks. So we're going to go shim, flange side to the shim, flange side away from the shim, shim. One bearing stack. So the next bearing stack is going to be another shim, flange side against that shim, flange side away from that shim, and another shim. That's our two bearing stacks. Hey, Westery One, how you doing, sis? And then we will take this and screw it. And these are going directly into plastic. There's no nothing else, so just be careful. But yeah, I can definitely reach out to you tomorrow, Chris. Like I said, just where you feel the change in tension and you still have good movement of your bearings, that's where you stop. You're good. So we're going to grab another M5x30. Same thing. Shim. Flange side down. Flange side up. Shim. Another shim. Flange side down. Flange side up. And another shim. And that's your second stack. We'll go ahead and put that on the other side. Hey, Rob Inc., how are you doing? I saw you sneak in there on me. How are you doing this evening? We've been making some pretty good progress tonight on our build. I like that. I like that. I'll put my shims away for the moment, and I'm pretty sure it's probably going to tell me to put another one in there. So before I do, and yes, so in a single stack for the Z belt using an M5x20. So I need an M5x20. M516. 25, 30, 40. Nope, these are M3s. They're by 50s. Okay. M5x20. I am not seeing an M5x20. So we will use maybe an M5x25. Trying to look the way that it would be going. It appears to be going from the inside to the outside. but maybe outside to the inside. Then 5x20 socket head cap screw. I do not have an M5x20 in the kit. But I bet you I have an M5x20. On how that would work, because this side here is, looks like the socket head would fit here. It would come through, then I would have to use some type of, like an M5 nut to hold it in place. But that would stick out even further. Making sense. Might have to take a look at my Rook downstairs. Oh, you have bad weather warnings there, or is it the fire warnings? And yes, it's kb3d or kb-3d.com. All right. I'm thinking this just, it looks like it would come in from this side, but it's not. So I think it's just a direct flush fit, or not flush fit, but you know what I mean. So we'll build the stack. We're going to use an M3x25 because there is no, or excuse me, an M5x25 because there is no M520. So we'll have shim, bearing, shim. Okay. Then we're going to screw this in from the front side to the back. There's a part of me that so badly wants to just shoot. Actually, give me a second here, gang. I'm going to use a button head in 5x20. I think that'll look a little bit better, and I won't have anything sticking out from the front, or at least it won't stick out from the front as much. Grab a ball-headed screwdriver. I wonder if that's a standard nozzle size that you might be able to get on like Amazon or something. Once again, you're just going to tighten that down. And there we go. This is the pulley for the Z-axis that we just installed. This garbage. We'll go over here. This was the M525. 3. Sorry, gang, just trying to keep things somewhat clean. And next up, running the belts. Running belts. Oh, okay, not a problem. The other thing you might look at is any local hobby store. And by hobby store, I mean like RC Hobby Crafts or something like that. So not like a Hobby Lobby, but if you have a Hobby Town, especially Hobby Town, because they stock the CA glues and stuff. I think by like the liter or something like that. They normally have a ton of it. Um, Belts. We're on to belts. Oh, nice. So he is going to have those. That's good because that's the one thing that annoys me is when because I've got a couple of the bottles and yeah, they'll they'll goop up after a while and you have issues. Excuse me. So let's talk about the belt. Um, Study the two picks carefully. Being methodical here will pay off in the long run. We'll run our belt. Um, yeah, so we'll be taking the mount on and off a couple times. It attaches using 4 M3x6 button head cap screws. The first step, we'll use the full length of the supplied belt. We'll run that. We'll figure out, with some overlap, and then we'll create the second belt so that it's the same exact size. And the gist, that's what they're telling us to do. That was weird. Um, so we'll come back up here, and this will be the belt carrier. And I am going to actually take an M3x10 out of my stock for now. I could use theirs, but I'm just going to use mine. Because what that's going to do is give me a way too long screw. But that's what I want. And I'm just going to line it up and run it in a couple of turns. Because that'll help anchor me so I can still get to the belt pass, but it'll give me the ability to run a belt. And probably I'll put 2 of these in here. And like I said, they're just in there very loosely. And what I'm going to do is grab my belt and just kind of figure out how it's going to run so that I can run it. So low, 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 in. And trying to think how best to run this. I'm just going to roll the end some so I can, well, nope, I have to pop this off. At least to one side. So all I want to do is just get my belt around the pulley to get started and just through the bottom some. And then I'm going to just tie it in with a couple of turns of the screw. And all that's doing is giving me something to pull against. So in this case, the teeth of the belt are going to be facing you as you're looking at the front of the printer, right? So there's the teeth of the belt visible. We're going to loop around the pulley of the motor. It goes around the bottom side here, the back side of the belt, loops around the pulley on the motor, comes around at the bottom of the front, and then it would come through this pulley and towards the front here. Now I'm just going to find a decent amount of length and cut this, once I make sure that I'm fairly taut, where I'm going to be going at, then I will cut this edge off. And that will become my baseline belt. Okay. Then I'm going to pull this back out. And I'm going to use this belt to make my next belt. So I'm just going to take my belt length here, and the belt that I cut, let me switch cameras here real fast. So the belt that I cut already, this is my, I guess you'll call it the template. I want the first tooth of this belt to be at over the first tooth in the belt that's still on the main roll. Okay, and they should interlink. And then all I'm going to do is run my finger down, making sure that they stay interlinked the whole way. And when I get to the end, because my template started higher than the other belt, that means that the first visible tooth or valley at the end of these two belts becomes where I cut. So once again, the belt at the top is the template belt, and that's the one that started one tooth higher. So when I get to the end here, this next tooth that's visible is on the bottom is the last tooth that's going to be for that belt. So the first valley between the teeth that's visible is where I need to cut it. And that will make these two belts the same number of teeth. So now what happens is we'll start off with two belts that are the same size, and that way all I need to do is count teeth. Oh. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing is, the Bob Smith Industries is big time CA glue, used in a lot of the RC, especially the RC airplane crowd, uses a lot of the Bob Smith Industries glues. That's how I learned about them. So yeah, definitely. But if Chris is going to have some and stock them, yeah, then I'd say go ahead and grab them from Chris. ETA's a couple of weeks. Awesome. So yeah, that's once again, that's how we get, you measure out what one length of your belt would be, and then you go through and one over the other, right? You start off with one, with the belt you just cut as a template. That one goes one tooth over the other one to start with. And then you go through and make sure all the teeth line up all the way through. And then at the bottom, you'll have the last tooth, and then you cut the first valley, and both your belts will be the exact same size. Yeah, sorry, I am seeing that I am dropping some packets, though not as much as I did at the very beginning of the stream. And I don't know if it's my ISP or if it's the the ISP or the power company, one of the two. And so what you want to do is just make sure that this is, the OCD guy. So if you've got lettering on your belt, just make sure that you can read it, and that's the side that you want up. That way it doesn't bug the crap out of you later on. And I'm going to start, you always need to start, well, the easiest way to start for me is at a pulley, because that tells you how your teeth are going to go around your pulleys or your idlers. So I'll start at the pulley. I'll run this through, and that's going to tell me it's going to come around here on the bottom, and I'll remove these screws to make it easier to get the belt run around the back. While I'm here, I'm going to do the top end as well. So we'll have the bottom and the top. You just want a little bit of, it says 25 millimeters, and I'm going to say give or take. And then once again, I'm just going to put a couple of revolutions on these screws so it's in place. And I'm going to just take the top one and lay it out of the way and start with the bottom one. Go around the idlers. Around the lower idler here. Okay, and then we'll go into the back side over here. The top one, we're going to go around this top idler, the other idler, the other idler, go around the back to the pulley, through the slot in the back, and around the top pulley on the inside here. And now these two can get pulled through on the other side. We're just going to undo this. We're just going to route our belts through. And I'm fine with it being loose for right now. Okay, so we got our belts pulled through. Did I go off the air again? I think I'm back. I see myself streaming, but yeah, I do take some blips. Yeah, just about any kind of RC hobby will be using BSI blues and CA and stuff like that. Okay, so we've got our belts routed, and once again, the teeth are facing out as it's coming into the or across the face of the X gantry there. And and what we're going to do is blah 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 blah. Long story short, we're going to use zip ties, and we're just going to take. It says about 25 millimeters of belt, and we're going to loop it back on itself, and then put a couple of zip ties there. Now, I don't think we need that much because we may have some problems hitting the idlers over on this side where the belt will double up. But you're going to fold it over and you're going to add a couple of zip ties. Now, if I remember right, I will probably cut those zip ties off between this stream and next stream because I believe there were some printed parts that you can slip over the top of this. And I believe that's what I used on my other Rook. So I'll probably replace the zip ties with those down the road. Yeah, Zombie, I've been talking the whole time. I think I just keep dropping a little bit. Yes, we're just going to grab a couple zip ties. And I'll get the tail started. I'm going to flip it over. And of course, I'll say I went the wrong direction, but start tightening that up. And I'm going to take it and butt it up as close as I can up against the edge. And tighten it down. And then when I do the next belt, the bottom belt, I want to really try and get the same amount of belt looped over so that they're even Stevens, right? So I'm going to come in from the bottom side on this one. So it's the exact opposite of the one I did on the top. Just start getting it tightened up. And I'm going to try and match belt teeth for belt teeth between these two. Same number of exposed teeth. It's so hard to try and get zip ties to tighten one-handed. Oh yeah, I've got them reasonably long. I always try and keep one side fairly short, and that one's like off a tooth. So, of course, why not? And then what we're going to do is we're going to pull the other sides of the belt and just work on getting it reasonably tight. But you also want to try and keep your belt lengths the same, right? You don't have to worry about making it too tight right off the bat, because we'll tighten it up by moving the motors. And we'll cut some of this excess length off here in a minute. Okay. So, I'm one short on that bottom belt, so it'll bug me. So I'll just go ahead and redo it. Like I say, I want to say that somebody's got there's a printed part that you can use to do this with. And it works out really well. I'm pretty sure I used it on my Rook Mark 1 that I did as self-sourced. So if I can find that, I will definitely post it in the files. So now I've done that. I'm going to pull this over, because now it's going to get kind of critical to make sure that these are at the same number of teeth exposed and all that. So let me go ahead and get my zip tie started cinching. Once again, we're looking to get these at the same kind of starting tension point. And it looks pretty lined up to me. We'll cinch the zip tie down. Feel like I lost one tooth on that one, so we'll redo it. Because once again, it's the closer that you have these to the same tension, the better it will be when you're trying to get your belts tight and do things like input shaper and all that goodness. So I'm not going to pull it the zip tie as tight, so I can try and get a better lineup there. And it looks like it's lining up a lot better. So then we'll go ahead and fix that one up. Okay. And now we can cut the belt about 25 millimeters past the securing point. So you have an extra 25 millimeters. Now completely remove the belt, lay the piece you just cut, blah, 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 insert the belt back through. And this is basically just walking through everything that we just did. And these, once again, get belts get installed with 4 M3x6s. So we'll take these 2 M3x10s that I used temporarily and we'll toss them back in here. We'll grab our M3x6s and we'll mount our carriage. And okay, are we back on audio? Pure so. My apologies there, and thank you for saying something, Modlight. Apparently, I have an alarm set for 4 hours worth of runtime, and apparently it took about 3.5 to kill all of the batteries on the receiver and stuff, even though they've been plugged in. So, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the zip ties right now. Just get those cleaned up and out of the way. And like I said, I'm pretty sure there's a printed clip part that's in the mod files that you can put on here. That way you can get rid of the zip ties, but they'll still hold. And we'll worry about cutting the belt excess off in a little bit. We'll leave it on there for now. Audio should be back, right? You guys can confirm for me that audio is back. That would be awesome. Okay, now let me take a quick look and see where we're at. Hot end, and rookery, Z belt. Um, okay, if somebody can, okay, it's back. Okay, good. I was gonna say, because if I lost audio or something and it wasn't coming back, then I wanted to stop the stream before we went too much further. Okay, so next up, I'm gonna slide this back just a tad bit. All right, cool. Thanks, guys. Next up is going to be installing our hot end on its mount. We get dangerous again because I get to use the sharp thing that I spliced myself with earlier. The good news was at least it was a brand new blade, so it cut clean. It cut clean. So these are the extension cables for it. And this is our mount that we're going to have to clean some of the, I'll say some of the melted plastic on from when we put our heat set inserts in. So I'm just going to grab like an M10 screw of mine. And all I'm going to do is run it through the threads so that we'll clean out any of that excess so it doesn't foul things later on. You want to go slow when you do that because if you go too fast, there can be enough resistance and you can actually spin out your heat set inserts. And that would just be bad because then you're reprinting a part. And the good news is you could probably salvage your heat sets just by heating them up and pushing them all the way through, but it still stinks because, well, you'd have to go through and reprint it. Now, so basically what we're doing is we're getting little pieces like that out of the way so it doesn't foul the threads as we're trying to mount things. Alrighty. All right, what are we using? We're using it's M3 by 16s. Yeah, two M3 by 16 socket head cap screws. Wait, and it goes against the flat front edge here. It's interesting that it's going directly because for whatever reason, I want to say I had used heat set inserts between here and the printed part just to provide like some extra gap. I'll have to double check that. I mean, it's not saying to do it. And M3 by 16s wouldn't work. You'd have to use probably M3 by 20s if you did that. But that'll be something good to look at. And then this piece, it's a pretty interesting little mounting system. And kind of bring you guys in a little closer. You've got this cutout notch at the top, and that just fits right over this wedge, and it will basically self-align on the wedge. And then you'll come in from the back side with an M3 by 8 screw, and that's what will pull it in and secure it to the frame. So really, it's just kind of resting. It's resting on its own weight, and then you're going to take an M3 by 8 from the back and go into that lower screw hole. So all I did was it's kind of sitting backwards some. I'm just rotating it forward so it's straight up and down. And I'm just going to put that screw into the heat set insert and screw it in. Did I say that? I'm going to put the screw into the heat set insert, which is right at the top. There we go. And that becomes our tool head. Right there is where you're putting that M3 by 8 screw in from the back. Now we're going to start building the rookery, which is the cooling shroud. This part here. You're going to take your 24010 blower fans, and you need to understand where your air is coming out because that's going to be the down spot. And you want to take your wires, and there's cutouts in these printed parts. So you want to route your wires down and into that cutout and then push it through the middle. So you might have to use some tweezers or something to get these wires routed in there. But you want to push those through the middle. Kind of pull them down in there like that. Okay. And they'll ride right along the side of your printed part or your fan and go out through that bottom. So you want to continue to pull the slack out of the way as you're sliding your fans down. And your fans will go all the way down. And there's a little bit of a recessed lip right here, so you want to push them all the way down. And they may click, they may not, but you just want them all the way down over the recessed lip there, just like that. You'll do the same thing for the other one, only that hole's in the back here, so it's probably a little bit easier to get it through there. Hey, Timur, how's it going? Glad you can join us. Glad you can join us. Okay, so we just got that wire pulled through. Now, once again, you're going to find out where your exit hole is. It's got to be facing the bottom. Push your wires to the side. And there is a channel for those wires to go down into along the back side there. Your wires will slide down through there. Just make sure you pull the slack as you're pulling it down in there. And then once again, make sure that it is fully in there and seated. And there's your 2 part cooling fans and your wires. Next up is going to be your heatsink, or your hot end cooling fan. Okay. And we're going to mount this with 4 M3x16s and then washers and nuts. All is well on the western front. Awesome. Awesome. And you're going to want to mount this so that the wire is able to come up and route through the top like that, because this is where all your wires and your PTFE tube are going to come through, is this channel right here in the middle. Okay. So we're going to grab our M3x16 screws. Need 4 of them. I don't know why these bags are so hard to open sometimes. There's 4, and that's empty now. We need our washers and our nuts. Four washers, 4 nuts. Now, how many of these do you think I'm going to drop on the ground now that I just counted out specific amounts? What DIN rail mounts did I use on the 0G? And I'm glad I looked, because it wants us to use button head cap screws, not socket head cap screws. So, and I just tossed the bag away for this. DIN rails for this. I used my own and cut them down. I've purchased some DIN rail off of Amazon. Excuse me, and cut them down myself. I'm not sure. It's a different size than you would get with a boron, though I don't know if the 250 size would work. I'd have to try and measure them out real fast, and then have to, we'd have to look at that. So M3x16 button head. Okay, so it's calling for button head screws, but the kit does not have M3x16 button head screws. They only have socket head cap screws. So let me, I think all of mine are going to be the black ones. Where am I? Down here, which is fine. So yeah, Timor, it was Denrail off of Amazon, and you can buy like 10 sticks of it for cheap, and it'll come in a tube. That tube is aluminum. Give me 1 second. Yes. So came from International Connector, Terminal Block Specialist. Like I said, I bought these off Amazon, and they come in a mailing tube, and you just get them in sticks, and they're really easy. You can cut them down with a hacksaw or a bandsaw, hacksaw, bandsaw, or you can use a circular saw, whether it's a table saw or a chop saw. Just make sure that you're using a non-ferrous blade because they've got more teeth than a standard wood blade. A wood blade may cut it, but you got to be careful because it could also catch and fling things. Do not cut 2020 extrusion or any other type of aluminum extrusion like that with a wood blade. It will fling things across the room. I know because I did it thinking I could get away with it once, and it embedded a chunk of 2020 in OSB. So, yeah, just a heads up there. So I did switch over and grab my button head cap screws. Yeah, you can use a chop saw, which was what I was using, but once again, you need a blade for non-ferrous metals because it's got a higher tooth count on the aluminum. If you use a wood blade, it can catch and fling. Just for safety's sake, I would highly, highly, highly suggest using going out and getting a metal blade. Or definitely have things clamped down on both sides. So these holes are pretty tight. I mean, I might actually, oh, that one finally went in. I'm just going to get these put in, and then we'll set the fan in behind it, and we'll have to put in washers and nuts. And then, of course, we'll use our pliers to tighten everything up. Because you want to make sure that you tighten these up, and yeah, you're going to want to make sure that you tighten these up. Now, in this case, since I'm setting it down like this and I'm putting it in from this direction, this viewpoint, I want to be able to see the sticker. So the sticker is the direction the air is going to flow. And once again, I'll kind of show you guys how I'm doing this. This is my wire, so I'm going to lay my wire in that channel, and then I'm going to bring this in and set it down on those screws. So you want to basically give yourself as much wire to work with as possible. And of course, it'd probably be easier to have done this and run the screws through it rather than do it this way. But, you know, hindsight, 2020 and all that. Oh, come on. Make sure you don't push down on the fan itself and break your fan. Yeah, I mean, if it's a high tooth count because it's for fine trim work or something, okay, but just remember that you're running metal through it. It's going to dull that blade a lot more than wood would. Would. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, now you got to try and put a washer on each of these. Alexa, stop. So we're at the 4 hour mark of the stream, which means I should change the batteries so that I don't lose audio. Oh, wait, too late. Come on, darn it. Try and get it there and put my finger on it and then try and tighten it from the top down. Yeah, doing it on a chop saw is common, but like I said, it's more about having the right blade to be safe. Now the fun comes in. Hold the nut, tighten the screw, don't put anything through the fan blades. Okay, pop the nut off from the screw because that's even better. Yeah, this is unfortunately the hardest part of the Rook build is trying to get some of the fans in the rookery just because everything's so small. All right, Mod Light, head on out. I will reach out to you on Discord as we were talking about, and well, reach out and get your address off of Discord and get that stuff in the mail to you. Okay, one down. Yeah, like I said, you just got to be careful. You can do it, but you just got to be careful. Yeah, I've got bandsaws. Two different. I've got a 10-inch chop saw, a 12-inch sliding chop saw, two different CNCs. Wanting to build a third because, well, why not? A laser, and I've got a pretty good metalworking setup because I was building an airplane. So I've got tons of tools for doing that. So when it came time to do, like, when it was, hey, you need to cut your own extrusions and mark and cut your own blind joints and stuff like that for the 0G build, that wasn't no big deal. Because I've been measuring and cutting the aluminum for the plane the whole time, so just trying to get over the fear of screwing up a cut or something. And the thing is having the willingness to say, well, that cut's not right. I'm gonna toss that part. 3D printer, you might just lose a millimeter or two of travel. Airplane, have other consequences. So pretty much a stickler when it came to getting things done right on the airplane. You, you don't want to like crack the fans, but you do want these to be pretty tight, because the last thing you want is one of these backing off while you're printing and falling down into the print head or into your printed part. May cause you some problems. So where are we at? We've got our fans installed now. And the nice thing about this setup, I'm just going to spin this around. I am going to have to bend that up. So all of your wires are coming out the top, right? You're going to just bring these wires in as well. And then it just slides on from front to back. You may have to gently bend this, whatchamacallit, the strain relief here. And I do mean gently. You don't want to bust it, but you do want to get it up in the side there, because your rook's got to slide around it. That cooling duct needs to slide around it, and your wires need to be able to come up through the center. Like that zip tie is kind of fouling it. So let me see if I can turn the zip tie. Whoops. See if I can. Nope. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this zip tie. I'm going to take this piece and bend it, because this is the actual strain relief piece. Try and bend it a little bit. And I'm going to re-put on a zip tie, but I'm going to relocate the position of the head of the zip tie so it's out of the way. And by that, I mean I want it to be facing forward, not like either forward or backward, but not off to the side there, because it was fouling against the side of the fan duct. Let's try that again. We've got our fan wires up here. We're going to pull this in tight and try and make sure our wires are in the channel. And basically we're going to use the body of our rookery to pull the may have to bring that around the back. And it's fouling right on the edge. Oh, no, there we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. So your rookery just slides right on like that, but you need to make sure you get all of your wires coming up through the top. You just have to be very careful with the alignment of your ceramic heater wires. And let me see if I can't get that pulled in a little closer for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about as far as the rookery wires down there. And you kind of see how those wires are a tight fit in there. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. If you cut those, you can definitely make you can save a lot of time. But yeah, you should be able to hopefully see if I got the angle right. And I'm sitting here waiting because I can't see it on my screen, but I think I got the angle in there where you guys can see that. You'll just have it for like the next 15 seconds. So we got that installed, and the assembly gets connected to the carriage with two M3x6 screws from top down. So we'll grab our M3x6 screws. Yeah, when I did that, the frame for the 0G, I mean, I'll say, it wasn't necessarily cheap to buy the extrusions, but I bought the extrusions from Masumi, right? I didn't want it to be cheap. And then when I got the extrusions in, I had to do all so they were cut to length, but I had to measure and do all the blind joints myself. And why does that feel like it's not lining up? Well, that would be because it's not. I think it's because it's being pushed outwards. So let me get my screw in place, and then I'm going to give it a gentle squeeze of lovingness. And that goes down. Same thing on the other side. But yeah, doing the measuring, cutting, and doing the blind joints and stuff, that was like a no-brainer. And like I said, having done a lot of cutting and stuff on the plane, it wasn't anything new that I hadn't done before. So, okay. So we've got that installed. Now we need to do two more M3 by 6. Um, oh, I was calling for button head cap screws as well. Hey, guess what? I don't have any button head cap screws, so but it calls for two more M3 by 6s, which I will have to use some button head cap screws. I'll grab a couple of those. And what we're going to install next is um, the strain relief for the wires. There's a small part here. Um, the um, the kind of tube cutout goes towards the front of the printer, so it goes towards the channel. Uh, yeah, it's definitely a great way to save money, and you learn more about it. You know, understanding how the blind joints work and how they're made and drilled out and stuff. You just learn more. I always like to learn new stuff. So okay, like a sea of wires. I'm probably gonna have to take that off again when I go to put the Bowden tube in it, but that'll come later. That's later Luke's problem. Okay, now we want to install the Z motor using four M3 by 12. They're going back to button head cap screws, but they're going to be socket head cap screws. And once again, we'll shift it as far forward as possible. And by forward, we mean forward. So we'll lay this down on its front, preferably not slam it. Our motor, it shows going over to the side towards the power socket side. You don't want it to go straight up because there will be something else that's there. So you want it to go to the side. And we'll grab our M3 by 12s. Four of those. Slide it all the way forward or all the way up, because once again, that'll be our belt tensioning is pulling the motor down. Somehow I feel like I should have put the pulley on there first. Oh, the Z motor and pulley. Yeah, that'll be great. Oh well, we'll get it. Can't help but have fun, right? Where's our flat at? Oh, there's our flat. Get the flat pointed straight out this way. And we'll grab our other pulley. Some of that Loctite. That'll do you. It's going to go with the belt, the teeth portion facing up. And for now, we're just going to get it on there. We'll do the same thing we did before, which is just kind of make it flush with the top of the shaft. And we'll adjust as needed once we put the belt on. Yeah, we're going to talk about we're going to do the belt now. Now, for the belt, it's an interesting setup. So the belt goes through and basically just loops back on itself, kind of like this drawing shows. And you'll use zip ties above and below to zip tie the loop around the printed part. So once again, it's very simple and easy. We're going to be using the same GT2 6mm belt that we've been using. So you see how the teeth run. Going to be coming down around the pulley, back up, through the slot, around the top pulley, and then we're going to come down and do our loop through the belt. So I'm going to cut way extra just so I've got plenty to work with. There we go. Got enough belt I can do another project with. Not a full project, but if I add all my belts together, I can. Okay, and let's start, where do we want to start? Let's start at the top side. And Okay. I'm actually going to put it around the other way because the bigger side is on the right hand side over here for the belt, and the smaller edge on the bend. Let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about. The bigger gap is on the right, the smaller gap's on the left. We are going to loop it around that little uh, plastic separator. It's actually like 2 pins, so we'll loop it around there, and that's where we'll do our zip tying of the belt. So I'm just going to try and put a little bit of a loop in the belt. So I've got kind of like a little bit of a roll going. I'm going to slip that in, and when it hits the gap, it should open up, which will allow me to then push it back through from the bottom side using my tweezers, hopefully, if it works out the way I'm hoping it will. Maybe not tweezers, maybe something a little bit longer than tweezers. This is kind of a pain in the butt to route, but we're getting there. There we go. Got the edge through. And I don't need a huge amount um, top or bottom, so I'm just going to get a few teeth showing. And I need to get my zip tie going. So I'm going to, fortunately, this is hard to show. Let me see if I can't get some things stacked up here so I can put this at an angle and show you what I'm working on here. There. Oh, where we at? Try and bring you guys up and give you a better vantage point. We really need an overhead camera view. Keep moving things around until we can get you a decent view. So we had to come through on the wider side. I'm leaving a loop, and then we had to loop around a little peg at the top here. And then we're going to do the same thing like we did up front. We're going to have a few teeth visible, and we're going to zip tie our our belt to itself, interlocking the teeth. And I'm about to lose that belt again. There we go. Okay. So we need to get a couple of our zip ties ready. I'll try and get this started. Just be pulling this tight right at the base there, making sure that our belt teeth are interlocked. And just like that. And if we need to, we can snip some of that belt off afterwards. And if you want to, you can double up on your belts. So run one in each direction. Double up on them like that. And after we're done running this belt, we're going to call the stream. I think this is a good place to do that. So feel free to lurk away. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. And I think we made some major progress on the Rook build. Get those two cut. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this back up and loop it around the top pulley. Bring it down. We'll loop it around the bottom pulley as well. And then I'll have to make that, I'll say, service loop at the bottom as well. Yeah, I think we made good progress. I think we have made good progress. The fun part is trying to get these belts looped around and run. There we go. Got that one pulled through. You know, it's just like anything else. You're trying to get these lined up, pull a little taunt, and then you'll put a couple zip ties on it, call it good. The one thing to note is you can put a couple more zip ties on here because remember your LM8 UU bearings are going to bottom out, top and bottom, before these will even hit. So no harm, no foul type of thing there. And we'll cut the excess off of this belt once I get this done. I just wanted to make sure that I had plenty of belt to work with. I'm trying to pull these belts up as tight as I can to the printed part because one, that saves me room, and then two, it's going to keep them tight and keep any of the stretching from that particular spot. And once again, I knowingly left it or cut it really long. So I'm going to just come up here and we'll cut it a little bit shorter. Leave a few teeth. And what I'll do is I'll run this down. I'm not going to have any problem with belt length there. I do want to kind of lay this and hold it up, look at it, and see where that belt is hitting on the pulley. it looks like the pulley is a little low, so we'll adjust that real quick. Raise that up just a smidge. Of course, we'll just move the bed back and forth, and that should self-align that belt on the pulley so it won't be right up against the edge anymore. Yep. So that should give us a little bit of life on our belt. Yep. And that is where we're going to leave it for tonight, folks. I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup while we chat a little bit. I'm not sure who all's left with me. And let's start thinking about who we'd like to rate out to this evening. For a rookie. Oh, Chris. Nice. Nice. All right, Chris, are you going to be on for a little while? Because if you want, I can jump on Discord and we can chat some tonight. Or if you need to go spend some time with family, I'm good with that as well. Because you had mentioned having some ideas for some stuff. But yeah, this is our Rook. We've got basically the full up mechanics are done. We've got our tool head installed, and I do know I'm going to have to take the top tool head off again, or the fan shroud off, and I'm going to have to at least put the PTFE tube in, because I know the clips aren't in at the top of this, so I'm going to have to install a PTFE tube and get that tubing just kind of hanging out. We still need to build the Sherpa, the Mini Sherpa, or Sherpa Mini, and install the bed, and then it's all the electronics. Let's see what's up next. There it is. Let me see what's up next. We got the belts run. We got the belts run. Looks like next it's installing some of the electronics at the bottom. Installing the end stop. Installing the switch. Tells us about putting the skirts on, but it also says wait until all your wiring's done, then add the skirts. Make sure your wiring's all nice and clean and tight. Interesting. Like I never saw it say anything about installing the bed. And the bed's installed right there. Did I miss the bed? No bed. Then bed. So I will try and figure out where that went, but no harm, no foul. I mean, it's easy enough to install. So yeah, after I raid out, Chris, I'll jump on to Discord and we can chat for a little bit. I'm interested to see what you were thinking with the panels. Interesting. So I'll review these again because, like I said, I don't see anywhere where it talked about installing the bed, and I'm pretty sure it did at one point. Oh wait, there we go. Install 3 socket head cap screws to the bed using an M3 washer and nut. Install the thermistor to the bed. Place the springs in the mounting holes. Put the bed on. Push the power port in place. Okay, so there's the bed right there. All right, so yeah, we're getting close to installing electronics, putting the bed on it. We need to build the extruder. And then, yeah. So what I'll do off stream is I'll take the tool head, remove the 2 screws, pull it back off enough that I can put the PTFE tube in, and then put it back together there. So the only thing that'll be different when we come back on Thursday is there will be a piece of Bowden tube hanging out the top. Yeah, I think we made great progress tonight, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We still don't have a name for this one yet, so if you guys can think of something, that would be awesome. But yeah, I think we're getting real close. We should have one more stream to get everything in place, and then it would be, doing the software side of things. And well, I have a Rook already, so all I need to do is the same thing we did before, is copy paste. I mean, some things will be different because we're using a different extruder than what I was using on the other one, but that's no big deal. So, all right, guys, let's see who we've got as a potential raid target tonight. You know what? We haven't gone and seen the one, the only, and the amazing Babe Ross. She is an artist. Ragnarok. Not bad. Not bad. We could think about that one. We could think about that one. Ragnarok. Yeah, that works. Yeah, we do it that, Chris. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and set up a raid out to Babe Ross. She is an artist. She does oil paintings. And yeah, she does really great oil paintings. So we're going to raid out to Babe Ross. Please go with me as we raid over to her. I am going to get that raid set up right now. Let's go show her the love. Thank you all for being here with me tonight. And we'll come back Thursday, and we should hopefully get this moving under its own power. So thanks a lot, everybody. Have a great night, and we'll see you on Thursday.